Hello my beauties, and welcome back to another Mordheim stream. Today we will continue working on the third board for my Mordheim board. So it's another of Mordheim's Mordheim boards streams. Last night we left off doing the kind of guardhouse on the wall, and I will try to just finish that up real quick, and we will move on to some other stuff. So let me just get the piece like so. So the idea is this is kind of like just a wall structure, and I wanted to add some details to make it more interesting. So I added a house that also has some playability. I can use Mr. Measures, as he's called, and he can enter the building, and you can kind of maybe shoot out from it or cast a spell, or just go in there to hide a little bit if you have some people on your tail. So that is what we're going to be working at starting out. I will be doing a rather long stream today, so hopefully I can get a lot of stuff done. Just need to I need to be effective and not dilly-dally too much. I want to do the roof real quick, and then I will add some wooden details to this thing. Doesn't look too exciting from the back, but it can't all be looking fantastic. Now what I want to do, I just want to kind of do a quick measuring and also get some tools out. This it doesn't have to be super precise. I want the buildings to have this kind of wonky, almost whimsical look to it, just to make it kind of fit in with the Mordheim, or like the medieval style. So I don't want it to all look really beautiful and precise, which is a blessing because I am terrible at making precision stuff. Maybe it's because I never try, or maybe that is an excuse that I tell myself. Who knows? But anyway, the style, it works well with the Mordheim look. Regardless, I will start to get more precise in the future. I promise you, and I promise myself that. Now these are just coffee stir sticks, really sturdy and cheap materials, easy to kind of cut, and costs close to nothing. Just add a bit more, some more coffee stir sticks, and I use, okay, this one is really bent, so I will get another one. I will try to keep the offcuts separated so it doesn't clutter everything up. And this is really quick and easy. It doesn't take a lot of time. And I want one of the sides of the roof to be kind of damaged. Haven't decided which one, left or right. It won't really matter. I think this side, because this side has kind of like the broken part of the wall. I guess it kind of makes sense to leave this part of the roof damaged. And that is where the offcuts come in handy, because we can make like broken pieces of the offcuts. It's not that easy to make the broken wood look natural all the time, but I will give it a shot. So I want this to maybe have not the entire roof, but like a hole in it, like so. Yeah. I have some, I'm going to be using hot glue for this because it's just easier to get it to stick quickly. On the other side, I think I will be using a bit more wood glue, PVA glue, because I do prefer working with the PVA glue. Now, this one is kind of crooked already. That's perfectly fine. When I was building this thing yesterday, I wasn't trying to make it very neat. I'm getting some combination pliers out to just to kind of break off the wood, to make some more broken wood pieces. Now I don't want it to go from not broken to like completely smashed. So I think I will add some, maybe one of these dudes like here, but broken, just like a small part in the middle is broken, like so, and I will make the hole bigger and bigger. Let's just try that, see how that works out. And I will be adding roof tiles, shingle, to this later on. And I will be removing all the spider web, hot glue spider slingy web kind of things. Now, if it now moves up to these bits, I think that will look cool. I'm struggling with the hot glue gun in the background, so that's the other noise. Sorry about that. Okay, so we have this kind of big hole here. Just keep adding some broken wood bits. Kind of want them to be going slightly inwards to have like the effect that it's something smashed into it, not the other way around, like something blew up inside. Now I think it's already starting to look kind of good. I will be adding the top beam as well here, just to have something to work out from or towards, I guess, so I can see how many pieces I actually have to add. I want the hole to kind of to be even on the top and the middle. Adding this one here. And this one at the top. Now there is some extra hot glue, so I will see if I can just... Oh. Yeah, I got it in before it dried. And the same on the other side. I think that should, yeah. It's looking kind of natural-ish, in my opinion. Now I will be adding the last ones to this side. There we go. And a final tiny bit on this side. It's already starting to look more like a building and not just some random pieces of styrofoam and coffee stir sticks. I will be trying. Yesterday was a really messy day, so today I'm doing my best to kind of clean up as I go, so I won't run into the same problems I did yesterday with lots of stressful garbage all over the place. For this side I will be adding a top and a bottom. I think I will just add it all with the hot glue, because I want to do the tiles right away. Hot glue is not my favorite, but it's very effective. It's so quick. It dries easily and it hardens, and it just yeah, becomes solid. It's easy to work with, but it's very messy. And it has like the added bonus or disadvantage of burning your fingers, something fiercely if you're not if you don't pay attention. Now I will cut up the last pieces, and I will try to glue them as many as possible down in as short of a time as possible. This building is more or less just wood, and but I will add some plaster on top to give it more texture and make it a little bit more interesting. But it should look nice against all the bricks of the wall, because I think if it's just bricks, if it's just stonework, it can look a little bit boring. So I prefer to just keep a lot of stuff, different textures and different colors and different materials. And now I should be able to, I'll see if I can do the entire row in one go. I got a bit too much hot glue on one of the sides. It is absolutely possible to remove it later. It can be a bit of a hassle, but if you have a sharp hobby knife, it should be fine. And maybe one last at the top. Not sure if it's necessary. Just jamming it in there anyway. So now this building has a roof. I want to add like a small top beam here, just to give it some more interesting look. And then I will do some woodwork, and I will add a little bit of plaster to the building. Like this part does not look good in my opinion, so I might be adding some wood detailing below here. Maybe I will just do it with coffee stir sticks, or I can do it across here like so. Yeah, I think that will that is the most interesting look for it, because then there is a little bit of plaster between the wood and the rest of the plaster. That should be pretty cool. And here we go. Just doing some quick measuring. Get this side off and so. Let's do a dry fitting first. Yeah, that looks all right. I will use some PVA glue. I already have some PVA glue mixed with a bit of black paint for something I did before I started the stream. But the paint does not affect the PVA glue. Maybe there is too much paint after all. I will add, just make a separate palette for the PVA glue. As you can see, this is really dirty business. I'll just add a little bit of PVA glue to this side, like so. Doesn't matter if it's kind of messy. I'm adding a little bit to the top and the bottom to give it a tougher bond, a better bond. Now let's see what we can do. There is like the classic just going up there. Yeah, it is a classic for a reason, so let's I'm cutting it into like this sort of kind of arrow shape, and that fits nicely up there. I'll cut the bottom part. And there we go. We'll need to cut a little bit more from the bottom. And like so. Looking much better already. Now this is of course one of the earlier stages, so it doesn't look terribly good yet, but when we get some dry brushing and stuff on it, it's going to look rather nice. So hello, good morning Stromal, good to see you. Hope you're enjoying the stream and Easter. We still have 1 day left of Easter holidays here in Norway. So it's very nice. I've pretty much, I want to see if I can do as much work as possible on the board today. I really want to make some good progress before the holiday is over. I have to go back to the normal schedule of work and stuff. Another cross piece here. Fits in snugly enough. Just adding enough glue so it will stick, not slide around too much. I think that's good enough. And I want something. I did add a shield to my guardhouse. Let me show you guys. On the guardhouse, there is on the top of the, I have added a shield. It is covered in some bushes at the moment, but I think that looks kind of cool to have a shield, and it adds a little bit of color to everything, which I do not mind. So I think I'll be doing that on this one as well. But I want to also make it a little bit interesting with the rest of the woodwork. So I'm kind of trying to imagine this one is almost like a V shape that I want to create here. Let's see if this will be a good enough fit. Doing a dry fit, it is. It's kind of working, but it's also stopping at the wooden edge of the roof. But doing a and like so. I will try to make another one for the other side. Let's see if we can make something that is looking good today. I'm just making it like so. I like to keep ladders and walkways separate. So sometimes you won't have easy access to an area, and other times you can just have a ladder or a walkway. Because my terrain is not dynamic in that way. It is completely static. So I kind of have to make scattered terrain and ladders and walkways kind of do some of the heavy lifting of making it different to play on from game to game. At least that's what I'm thinking. I haven't tried playing on this board yet, so it might not be that fun. I don't know. I'm just making it to satisfy my own needs, I guess. I really just had kind of like almost a hunger for making terrain, so I just had to do it. I try to think about playability, but it is kind of hard to predict how people are going to play on a board. Okay, so it ended up kind of crooked looking. That's fine. That is fine. I will just find a shield real quick. Here we go, a small shield out, but I think I will be adding the clay before I put the shield down, because it was kind of hard to get to it last time. But I will be doing the clay a little bit later. I want the glue to to actually dry before I do that. But I have the shield ready, at least, and I think we can just make the top beam, and then I will add the shingles. For the top beam, I want it to be like a bit different than the rest. So I'm taking this balsa wood beam, and I will be using my cone wire brush, but I will do it off screen so I can do it directly into the garbage can, because it makes a huge mess. The kind of the balsa shavings or dust kind of just gets all over the place. Luckily the process is quick and easy. Now I want it to stick out a little bit on each side. Is this? Yeah, I think this is actually perfect. I am grabbing a hobby knife for this. Going to do a cut, I think kind of down the middle, maybe 1/3. Let me see how this turns out. I like to do it in smaller cuts, like doing it over and over, so you have more control, because it can have like a tendency to kind of just burst apart, because the balsa wood is really soft. Okay, now it might be a little bit too long. And I like to kind of damage it a little bit, just making some more interesting grooves into the wood. To give the shape of the beam a more natural and interesting look. I'm going to have to use the cone brush once again, just to roughen up the inner part of it. So now I think I will just add it to the top using some hot glue. The wire of the hot glue gun is driving me nuts. I need to find a way to make it not in the way all the time. Now I'm just plumping down, and just like that, we have a top beam at the ready. Try to make it centered. Yep, like so. Looks good enough. Now I will get the shingles out, and we will attach them. Trying to become better at cleaning up while I'm working, because I am a really messy individual. It's very, and I'm so annoyed with myself at times when I work, because I can't get out of my own way. Okay, now the shingles I have pre-made. I hopefully have enough to cover the roof. tip down the camera like so. And for this I will be using more wood glue. Yes, dripping that PVA. So good. I absolutely love the PVA glue. It is the best glue. Now I'm just slapping on a lot of PVA glue. It is black because I had some black paint still on the brush, but that is just coloration. It is pretty much 90% PVA glue. I see that I need to tidy it up at the bottom here, but I can do that when I'm done with the shingles. I'll see how far I can stick the shingles. I try to make this kind of every other shingle stick down a little bit more. It just makes it more interesting to look at. And like so. Now we're starting to get a real house here, or like a real building at least. I don't think I would call this a house, being honest. Okay. Just keep reapplying. I try to dab a little bit on the top without moving the shingle too much, so that the next layer of shingles will kind of attach to that as well. And now, same thing. Once again, this is not a very stable wall at the moment because it's heavier to one side. Adding a fresh coat of PVA. I wanted to just stick and stay. That is what I want for my shingles. If you get some paint on your fingers, try to just dry them out before continuing to work. If not, you will have cardboard shingles sticking to your fingers. It's very, very annoying. I'm trying to make it like every other up and down, but also overlap so that it makes a more interesting pattern. And if some of them are kind of crooked, it doesn't matter, just kind of leave it like that. It will add a little bit of charm and randomness and whimsicalness to the building, like so. And once again, add some fresh PVA glue to the top. I will water it down a little bit and just dab, 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 dab. Carefully dab on the top. That way everything will kind of just stick a little bit more together. see if I have like a smaller one that I can put on the side. Yeah, there we go. And if some of the wood is showing through, that is perfectly fine. It makes it more interesting to look at if you have some shingles missing. Now we do have a lot of shingles missing on the other side of the roof, so I'm not too concerned about this side. I want this side to look more or less intact. That is too crooked. Let's just adjust it a little bit. Now, if you're watching and you haven't already followed, please consider doing so. I try to stream 2 to 3 times a week. I am currently making a gaming board from scratch. This is how it's looking so far, and I have like some actually finished boards over there. So if you follow, you can see the more or less the entire process from cardboard shingles to finished product, which is every part is not very fascinating, but hopefully seeing it all come apart or come together is what I mean to say, is kind of satisfying, hopefully, and interesting to see from stream to stream the progress. I don't do a lot of work not on stream, so if you follow, you will pretty much see everything and how I do it. I don't have any secrets. I try to show as much as possible. I'm trying to speed up the shingle process here a little bit, because I know it is not very exciting to look at, and it's also not very exciting to do. But the results are fantastic, in my opinion. I'll just remember to dabble a little bit on the previous layer. The PVA glue, it hardens and makes everything just a little bit tougher, and it makes everything stick together. So don't be stingy with the wood glue or PVA glue, whatever you like to call it. White glue, perhaps, is the most universal, and it dries out transparent, more or less. So it is a wonderful glue to work with. And you can mix it with acrylic paints and sand and wall filler, all kinds of good stuff. Now we should be almost done with this side, and the other one will go faster because it's a lot of there are holes in the roof. I think this is starting to look real good. The tiles, they kind of stick out a little bit here and there, which will look good when you dry brush it and stuff. And like so, one side is done. Let's get to the next one, the damaged side. Now I won't be applying as much PVA glue instantly here, because I want some of the glue to not have, some of the wood to not have PVA glue on it. Still want to make those patterns with the shingles, every other sticking up and down. Just a lovely look, in my opinion. Maybe I'll just leave that one missing. And I will keep dabbing on. And let's see where I want to have some bricks, but I want it to kind of to be scattered a bit randomly. Now I want there to be some on top, but I don't want this. I want there to be a lot of wood showing on this part. Maybe a brick here and a brick there. This build is not very stable at the moment, but it will be when I glue it to the board, and I will be adding some bits and pieces to the other side as well. Some more PVA glue to make sure it sticks around. I think just a couple here. A couple more. And one on top. Maybe a few in the middle here. Maybe a few in the middle. Should look good. Maybe not. Maybe they will fall off. If any of the shingles fall off, I usually just leave them and consider it the will of the chaos gods. And I will be adding one here, like so. Yeah, I think that that should suffice for the wall for now. While we wait for the wood glue to dry up, we might do a little bit of work here. I want this to be kind of just rubble-ish. I'm going to be adding I have some kind of leftover bricks. Oh, they are too big. Never mind, never mind. I will need to go into another brick box. Just grab a few. Got some pre-made bricks. Oh, that was a lot of glue. Adding, maybe have one set up on the side like so. I think maybe we could have some damaged wood maybe sticking out of it. The XPS foam, it's not so hard to work with. We can kind of just like stick it in there and have it jut out. I think we need like a part sticking down here as well. Yeah, not really any thoughts behind it. Wanted to seem kind of random. Some bricks just scattered like so. And a little bit more here. Now I'm going to get some PVA glue and sand. Got the PVA glue, same as I used for the woodwork. Just getting it in here. I will be going over the entire structure with like a Mod Podge mix of everything later on. There is a bit of hot glue strings, kind of messing it up. I'll try to remove them as best as I can. But now we do have quite a bit of glue all over the hole. I think I will be adding just pouring some sand on it for now to give it that kind of texture. I'll just have this shaker thing. As you can see, it's looking kind of grimy and like there's a lot of dust and stones and sand all over the place, which is what I was looking for. So I'm happy with that. Turned out just the way I wanted for once. Now I will be gathering my bricks and dusting off the sand, and we can get back to doing some more work. I think I will see if I can add some wooden structure like support beams to the house underneath, because that would make sense and it also looks really good. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I will answer to the best of my abilities. There we go. Good as new. Good as new. Originally I had some ideas to make like a set of stairs leading up to this this wall. I'm not sure if I want to add stairs or if I want to just add some ladders to it. But I know for a fact that I want to add wooden beams to this one. am thinking of using the beams I had for the roof, and see if I can repurpose the other bit. It is the same thickness as the other one, so it should just jam it in here and up like so. Yeah, I think that should do it. It is sticking out a little bit, but that's something I can live with. Yeah, it's already looking more interesting from the front and from the in profile. I'm very happy with that. Just adding the second beam, doing a little bit of a dry fitting. I'll just go for it. Adding hot glue and just pushing it into place. I can see that I have some yeah, I will need to fix that. I can't leave it like that. I want to it will be visible, so I don't want the bottom to look like a pink stink. Can't have the pink making a stink, as we say here at Mordheim TV. I am cutting up some pieces to attach on the bottom part. Oh, this is a really crooked bent coffee stir stick. So really hard for some reason. We are almost 1 hour into the session, so everything takes time when you're making like miniature models. You have to do a lot of cuts and stuff, but that is just a part of the game. Guess doing this quick and easy, adding the wood glue and then just hastily putting the floorboards down, ignoring the pain from the hot glue, and I'm not sure if anyone will ever notice it, but But to me, it's just important to have to fix stuff like that when you notice it. There's a lot of hot glue stuff all around, but that should be fine. I am getting my Mr. Measures out and checking the wall. I think it should be one level higher, at least. Maybe add some bricks, like every other brick. How is that going to look? I want them to kind of like stand behind them and pop out and get a couple of shots in, and then hiding behind it again. These are not the correct size bricks. Just a little handful of bricks to add to the wall. I'm just testing how this will look. This one, like so, like so. Hey Danny dude, this is at the moment it is number 3, but number 3 and number 4 will be directly connected with the river. And but yeah, I'm currently working on board number 3. I'm making fairly good progress. I think I should be able to have it all done by September for the tournament in Norway. I'm just going to do a little bit of damage to the wall, just using a rock. The XPS foam is kind of unique in a way, because it is soft, so you can print stuff into it, but it also keeps the shape that you force it into. It doesn't go back to its original shape. So it is very good for taking texture from the stones, like now. But it won't. Yeah, it doesn't. It's not dusty or anything. It kind of sticks to itself. It's a wonderful material for making hobby stuff. Absolutely amazing. I'm just doing a little bit of rough stonework while I'm deciding what to do with the wall. Just maybe add another layer in total. That would make it as high as the... Okay, let's just try with every other stone, and I can just go back and add more bricks if it doesn't look right. Not political, I will have to... I'm sorry, we have a spammer here. You want to play on it? Yeah, I'm hoping we can all play on it come September. Are you playing Mordheim this year? Let's see, one there. adding some bricks. It is all looking kind of wonky and uneven, but this is Mordheim, so it's very much expected to not look 100% undamaged, because like a big meteorite came crashing down and ruined the entire city. Yeah, I think that will work. Now we can be standing. Yeah, I'm not sure if it makes total sense, but I think it looks fine. Happy Easter, Hobby Bandit. Happy to see you again. Hope you're all doing well. Oh, I'm so happy to hear you're going to play Mordheim this year. Have you decided on what warband to pick up? Do you have something in mind? Now we are pretty much done with this wall section and this guardhouse. I will be adding some clay to the structure, and I think I should be adding just a little bit of wood on the bottom side of this guardhouse. I don't want to have the foam exposed like so. Yeah, that will look better. A little bit more wood, and as always the combination of wood and plaster and bricks and all that kind of good stuff just makes everything look better with the different textures, the different colors. Yeah, it's gonna be amazing. Okay, I'm actually quite happy with this piece so far. It was a real pain in the ass yesterday, but now I am happy about it. At least more happy with it. Let's see, I am thinking about some wood, like maybe a staircase or whatever, but I'm also kind of, I don't want everything to be super accessible at all times. So I think I'll just leave it like so. Now, I just put down a huge ass beam there yesterday because I was getting kind of flustered with the build. So now I'm thinking to maybe add some wood here and here. I don't know why. I will get back to that. I will leave this piece for now. It needs to dry, the shingles needs to dry, and these beams needs to dry before I put down a little bit of clay. Using some clay later on. Now I am going to try to show you the board from this angle, kind of. Now the plan is the guardhouse is going here like so at the crossroads, and we have the broken wall piece is going here like so, and behind the guardhouse I want to have some sort of like training ground. So I made this yesterday. I'm not sure if you can see, but it's supposed to be a training dummy. It has like a wooden sword and a shield and a Bretonian helmet, and it's made out of straw and stuff, which is it's not perfect, but it's a fun piece, at least in my opinion. Now on the side here we're just going to have a cliff going up to the church and the tree, and here we have more broken. No, this isn't broken. This wall is actually there's a staircase going up here, and down here in the riverbed I will be making a like a mooring spot for boats. So hopefully this will turn out and be a fun board to play on, and it is at least a fun board to make. I'll get back to doing some more work on the damaged wall on the other side, the kind of the companion piece to the guardhouse wall. It has a lot of dried out PVA glue on the bottom. I can fix that. I don't have to fix that on stream. My apologies. Yeah, this is air dried clay. It's the same that I use on the buildings. So I just put it down, and it kind of cracked up nicely. So I think with a little bit of some more paint and some more details, some rocks and maybe a boat and some boxes and stuff, it should look pretty damn cool. Now I'm going to add a little bit of wall here and some wooden planks. That's what I did on the other side. I just decided I wanted something else than just endless bricks. I'm not sure if this is realistic, if people have ever made like wood walkways on brick walls, but it just kind of made sense to me aesthetically. So I went with it. The rule of cool is what I'm trying to say. I will have some of it broken up because I had already made the cut, so I will like make a broken piece there and see if I can break off some more. This side wasn't looking broken enough. Now there's like a hole in the planks there. Could add some sand, some different kind of texture, just to break it up and make it more interesting. I will and let's see. There we go. I'm making a small cut here. Make it all even. Do you think the dry ground looks fine, Hobby Bandit? Or does it look weird? I'm not completely sold on it yet, but it's at the moment it's just dry clay. So I'm imagining it will look different when I get some water effects and some paint on it and stuff. But it's not something I have done before, so I don't have a ton of confidence in it. Maybe I will have to add. Is this one wider? I am I'm a bit confused because the other side of the wall, it just needed 3 planks to cover it, the middle part, but this one kind of looks like it needs 4. I'll attempt to I'll need a second layer of bricks there. Yeah, Hopefully it should turn out fine. Yeah, I will be adding quite a bit of sand as well on top of it. That was just my first layer to see how it looked. I haven't added it on the entire board because I wasn't sure. But I think I have a good feeling. I think it should work out nicely. I want to get this wall done quick, so I'm thinking about doing some plaster work and get the cliffs up and maybe add the rest of the clay and do some more some work on the riverbed so I can have that nailed down. I'm just buying time doing this because this is I know how I do this, but the other stuff I don't know how to do, so I'm kind of putting it off because I'm a bit scared of the results. So it is easy to just fall back to the stuff you know when there is the unknown lurking in the distance. But I will finish this piece. It shouldn't take too long. It's just I'm just going bricks with it. Don't think it needs a lot more detail. I will make it kind of ruined in the middle. Add a little bit of sand and some parts sticking out, and we should be good. I'm not sure why this part is all messed up. Yeah, okay, I will just add a last I will add some more wood to this one. It will just have to be that way. Adding some bricks that are kind of blown out on this side. Make it look ruined, all kinds of good stuff. Mr. Measures is up checking, making sure everything is up to snuff, up to code. It will be mostly dry ground, but I want to make maybe a few puddles. Yeah, I'm spread. Yes, that is the plan. I'm going to kind of bury some pieces of wood and stones and all kinds of stuff into the clay, so it kind of is baked into it. That is the plan. I think I can add a little bit to the already existing clay. It should be fine to just make a top layer. I just needed to check how it looked, and I did make a huge area for a test part, but I was feeling quite confident that day. The confidence kind of changes from day to day. Oh. Hot glue on my fingers. This one didn't stick too well. Yeah, dirty green sewer water is exactly what I was thinking. some like really filthy water, just a few puddles. I don't want the entire canal to be flooded, and I don't want it to impact movement and stuff. I just want it to be interesting to look at primarily. That is the general idea, at least. Like I said, it's the first time doing. Well, this is the first board I'm actually building, and it's the first time I'm using clay for the riverbed, and it's the first time I will be making water and stuff. So I'll just have to see how it all turns out. If it's not perfect, so what? That's it doesn't have to be perfect, but I think I can achieve some good results with the experience I have so far. And I will just be watching some tutorials on how to use the resonance stuff. I will kind of, no, I'll just leave it like that. I will add some more broken timbers to this piece here. Yes, I did read the 28 magazine article with MS Terrain. I had already watched some of his stuff, but I very much enjoyed the article and the tutorial. He is one of my big like inspirations, and what I aspire to eventually, if ever, but something like that. If I can ever make something close to his work, I will be super happy with my hobby journey. I also like, I really love the 28 magazine. I did support their Kickstarter, so I am waiting for the 28 collected book, which looks absolutely amazing. I cannot wait for it. I'm just adding some bits of wood sticking out of this hole. I'm not sure if it makes a lot of sense, but it is rubble, so I guess everything makes a little bit of sense. Like so, just sticking out all over the place. Just adding some bricks sticking this way and the other. Now we are getting somewhere. Adding up. Now it looks quite rubblish-ish. Just getting some more. Yeah, 28 magazine is it's too good. It's just amazing. So many skilled artists sharing their work. I think they kind of transcend the hobby and into actual art. They are very, very talented, and I like the layout of the magazine. It is a bit artsy, but I don't mind that. I want to be a snobby artsy dude someday, and just look down at everyone else who are not artistes. That is of course a joke. I don't think I will ever consider myself an artist unless I make some really big leaps and bounds in the quality of the building and stuff. Now I'm slapping down a little bit of PVA glue in the in-between areas, and a lot here. I just want to cover it in sand to kind of make it all look like it has been destroyed and there is sand and dust all over the place. This wood glue, it's kind of the nose or the needle or whatever you want to call it, it's kind of glued shut. It's a real test of strength to squeeze anything out, and I am not a strong boy. I am a hobby terrain modeler, not known for my strength. I'm actually not known for anything, but let's just ignore that. Keep on applying some glue and a little bit of sand. Starting. Add some sand in the gaps here. I will do like a Mod Podge of texture all over the place later on anyway. But this is, I want this to be extra, like it looks really, really dusty. Yeah, I think that should do it. I think we are done with the two pieces, the two walls over on the side. And I'm kind of really revving to go and do some more clay. Like you said, Hobby Bandit, maybe get some wood and stuff down into the river and see how that turns out. I will be needing to shift around the board for a little bit to do so. So please bear with me. I will just adjust the camera so you have at least something semi-interesting to look at while I change around my hobby station a little bit. Hello. I'm just, I think I will need to shift it like so. I would really like to do some plaster work today as well. Here we go, should be fine, hopefully. I will of course be needing a lot of stuff here. So this is how it looks from this side. You have the bridge that is pretty much done. You have an entrance here. It's supposed to be like a little mooring platform that you can climb up on. You have the steps here. I want to make something stick out here that kind of connects to whatever I am building behind the wall. And I kind of wanted to be able to run around and have lots of points of entry and stuff. And over here you have the walls with the tiny guardhouse and the other destroyed wall. So I'm think it's looking decent already. I think you can see, at least I see where I'm headed, and it is not looking too bad so far. Yeah, if I am ever in 28 magazine, that will be absolutely insane, but I don't well, I don't know. It's not my main goal. I primarily want to build stuff and have build a community and make fun gaming VODs. So, how do you think this is shaping up so far? Do you think it will be a fun board to play on? Hopefully it will. So, now I'm removing the bridge for now, and I am pulling it closer, and I have to kind of change the cameras up. Now this is going to be absolute terror on my hands, and you will see soon what I mean. The clay is it just gets all over the place. I'm getting a drink and a little bit of some peanuts to keep the energy up, because I can't be eating peanuts as soon as I start doing the clay, because it is an absolute mess. Yeah, it's really solid, the air hardened clay. Yeah, I'm going to lock everything in place soon. I just want to do the plaster and the riverbed. I have a tendency to just lock stuff in place too quickly. Oh, because I'm so excited. And it makes it harder to work on the board later on. Maybe smaller tiles like you did would be a better idea. Yeah, take care, Harvey Bandit. Nice talking to you again. Catch you in the next one. Or maybe later. I will be on for quite a bit. Now we are doing some more riverbed stuff. Or maybe that is not the... I think I have to kind of just plan ahead, because I need the cliffs before I make the rubble. Oh, sorry. I am making this damaged wall will fall down into the riverbed and kind of make up a way to climb up from the riverbed and up onto this level. So I need the cliffs, and then I can make the riverbed and the rubble at the same time to make that as smooth as possible. Now let me just tell you the plaster stuff. It is it's not that difficult to work with, but it is kind of a mess at the same time. I will be needing quite a bit of water and some plaster mix. So let me just get the tools out for that. And I will actually be taking a quick bathroom break. There will be a boat, but you don't have to jump because there won't be a lot of water. There will just be puddles in the water. Yeah, but be right back and I can explain a little bit more. And we are back. Thank you for waiting. Now I will get to the plaster bit. I'm adding, making cliffs, like, yeah, I guess cliffs is the right word. Rocks, at least, on the side of the riverbed. And I will be using a, just some oh, sorry. There's a lot of dust from the plaster. It is just usual, like super basic plaster mix. I haven't been working with plaster for quite a while since I did my last build, so I never completely remember the exact mix. Before I start doing the plaster, I will try to adjust it ever so slightly. You can. Like so, and I will be needing a hobby knife and something to kind of spread it around with, and also this is also good at creating the kind of rocks afterwards. I want to add a little bit of PVA glue so that the clay sticks more easily to the sides. So I will also be doing that. I'm sure there are a lot of more efficient ways to do this, but this is the way I do it. Oh, got quite a bit of PVA glue there. And I spilled some off screen. And let's go. This is not an exact science at all. I'll just have to see how it goes. I don't do a lot of plaster work. It's just usually some bits on every terrain piece. But it's not like working with the balsa wood or the shingles or the foam core stuff that I do over and over again. This everything is just tipping over. This is a technique I learned from a Swedish guy called Prominus 4, and I think he learned it from some hobby train dude on YouTube. And so it's just passing on the knowledge, the great knowledge. I want to make sure that I don't there we go. I don't want it to get in the way of the bridge too much. I will have to do like a separate passing of the so I'm not doing it too far out there. I will have to do that later on. I'll just build up the basic structure first, and then we will see how this turns out. This is the cup that I gather it with, so I'm adding this, and I will be adding some water. And the key is to find a good mix where you don't want it to be too wet because it's hard to kind of shape it, but you don't want it too dry because it will dry before you can actually shape it. And yeah, this might be too wet. I can already tell. yes, this is really, really wet. This won't do. This is basically just milk. I have some more plaster mix. It's kind of like baking for nerds. It's still too wet. So I put way too much water in the mix. It's still really. Oh. Let's go the other way around, see what happens. Now it's starting to get a bit more chunky. I think we are closing in on what we want. I'll just add a tiny little dash and mix it up, and then we kind of have to go immediately. If it is too wet, it won't be a huge problem. It's just a kind of a pain to work with. I'll just grab some on my applicator thingy, and I will start smushing it. Oh yeah, this is too wet. You can see it's just falls down to the board immediately. I will just keep applying it. Try to pull it up because it will start to harden when it comes in contact with, when it starts drying with the air. This is, I will be adding a little extra to the mix just to this is looking more like it. This is a much thicker mix. This is what I should have had been working on the entire time, not this wet bullshit on the bottom. Let's just keep adding some plaster to build up, and I will see what happens if I now it has started to dry and harden, so it's actually possible to work with. Just adding a bit more so we have some actual plaster to work with, because we will be needing to carve out rocks pretty soon. And it doesn't have to be smooth, because the rocks are kind of, well, natural rocks are not smooth. They are jutting out in every other direction and stuff. Now, so the first mix was way too wet. I'll be adding a little bit of on top here as well to make the transition seem a bit more natural. It is something that has annoyed me with my other builds, is the transition on the tops has been looking a bit unnatural. Hopefully this can improve that ever so slightly. see. Now it is starting to dry up a little bit here. And what you want to do is kind of make, we'll see if I can pull it down a little bit. At first you can make just some kind of like lines, and it will dry up into the rock face here. And I'll make it do some crossing here and there. It is still really wet, so it's this was a bad mix, but it should be fine. I can just remove the entire thing if I want, because it's plaster. So if you are rough against, if you are use a little bit of force, you can crack it up, crack it off. This is way too wet. I can hardly do anything with it yet. You just want to make sort of shapes with the plaster while it's still wet, and give it some edges here and there. It would be, you can check out like pictures and for like real life references. I'm not trying to make a masterpiece, I'm just making some terrain, so it should be fine. Let me just check if the board is actually, yeah, it is where it should be. Oh shit. Yeah, I didn't think about it, but this plaster might actually kind of glue the board to the table, like the XPS foam to the table. I just have to see if it does. I might just have to tear it up and rebuild it. Usually my stone mixes harden much quicker than this. So I did indeed use way too much water. At this time I'm usually using the the hobby knife to make more exact cuts and stuff. Going in, and you can kind of have to work it a little bit. This is still really wet. I have been able to make kind of some shapes into the rocks. Hopefully it won't be a total mess. Yeah, I think it's once it dries and I can actually carve into it, it should turn out pretty decent. I am a bit worried that I kind of messed it up with I should have glued the entire board first and then done the plaster. You live and you learn, I guess. And let's see if it's, yeah, the bridge will fit, no problem. So at least that's good. If you're just tuning in, we are building a gaming board from scratch. At the moment I'm making some rocks on the riverside from plaster. I'm waiting for it to kind of dry so I can maybe do some more work with it. It is kind of still a bit too wet because I messed up the mix. It's no biggie, you just have to kind of wait for it to dry, which if I was just doing this at home it wouldn't be a problem, but now that I have you people to take care of, it makes me feel kind of bad because it is boring to just watch this stuff dry. It's close to actually watching paint dry, which I don't think is supposed to be like a fun activity. But anyway, that's the way you kind of just build it up with more and more plaster, and when it dries, you can cut into it. Now this mix was, as I've said many times, far too wet. But you can also see how it kind of will. The rocks will blend into the riverbed, which is made out of dry clay. So maybe I will add a little bit of dry clay as we wait for the other stuff to kind of just dry and be able to work on that a little bit more. What I use for this is air hardening clay, and the specific brand I use is Søstrene Grene, a Scandinavian brand, Danish I believe. It is pretty cheap. It's like €5 for like a much bigger block than this, and it is kind of low quality, so it cracks up a bunch, which is what I want for this riverbed. I want it to look dried out and stuff. But now I will be trying to add some to the remaining places, and maybe incorporate some debris or some details from into the riverbed, so it's already stuck there, if that makes sense. And I'm shaving off the thin pieces, so it's easy it's easier to work with, because you don't want really thick. You don't want to start with them thick, because it's kind of rough to work with when it's not warm, and it will get on your fingers. I forgot to bring some new gloves, so that is on me. I'll just have to live with it and wash my hands when I'm done. So I imagine there might be some boxes, some crates maybe, that has fallen off boats that come down this river. Now, everything about this build doesn't make a lot of exact sense, but you have to find like the sweet spot between realism and playability and what's actually fun to look at. Now I'm just pressing down the clay a little bit beforehand, and then I will apply it to the board. But as one of my viewers suggested earlier, he said, well, what if like maybe some stuff is stuck in the river bottom, so it looks like it has fallen out and is kind of stuck there. So I want to kind of do that, maybe with some crates and a barrel perhaps, not trying to go overboard. Yeah, the rule of cool is what I'm going with. Now let's see. I want to try. I start with the barrel at least. It can be kind of half. I will be needing some more PVA glue as well for this to make things stick around. Just add some glue here, and I will put the barrel in place with some hot glue, just to make it easy. It's kind of sticking out of the mud. I want to build the mud up around it. Now we got some, have to add a little bit of more here, kind of. You want the barrel to be kind of sticking out of the mud, so it's clearly visible, but still like it has sunken into the riverbed. Like so. I can smooth everything out with I can smooth everything out with a little bit of water later. It makes the clay a lot easier and more pliable. Now I just want to get some more clay put down into it. As you can see, my hands are already getting really dirty from the clay. Okay, so there we have like at least a barrel sticking out. Now I think we can be adding a little bit of some wood planking. There's some debris that is kind of buried in the just adding a lot of hot glue, so I can add like the wooden bricks, no, the wooden bits, and I will also add some bricks here and there. Then I will kind of semi-cover this in the clay. See how that turns out. And I also want to do, let's see. I think this should turn out to be a pretty sweet build when I get done with it. I'm very happy with it so far. Just adding a little bit of white glue to have the clay stick even better to the board. This isn't exciting to do, and it's probably not exciting to watch, but it's a part of the process. Now I'm going to attempt to see if I can cover up the debris somewhat, just pressing it, making it thin. But it is kind of crumbly as well, so sometimes it just falls apart in my hands. Unfortunately, my hands are kind of cold today, so I don't get much help to work with the clay. If your hands are warm, or if you have like warm hands would be the best. Really helps out with shaping the clay. I'm not sure if this clay might be a bit old as well, because it's kind of hard and dry to work with. Now, once it dries, it will crack into these lovely and natural kind of cracks, and I do love that. I do love the cracks. Building up some clay around the bricks and the debris. And hopefully it should look natural. When everything is painted up and you have like some more details and stuff on it. I will make sure some of the wood planking is still shown underneath the clay. Let's see if I can just It's not exactly difficult to work with the clay, but it's not the easiest either, because it's kind of just not evaporates, but it kind of just falls to pieces when you apply too much force. Okay. Hopefully this will look like the stone star, and the wood is sticking out a little bit from the riverbed, so that they have actually sunken into the riverbed and are not just laying on top of it, because if it's just laying on top, that won't look natural at all. What's this? All right, let's add some more. Just checking if I'm checking if this wall is if I'm able to work on it. So I kind of okay, now I can. And now I can actually make some more cuts into the plaster. Make it look more like a rock facing. I'm still really worried what will happen when I try to remove the XPS foam, if everything will just fall apart. That is kind of what I'm expecting, but maybe I'm lucky. It's still a bit wet, but I'll have to do the final shavings later, but at least you got to see a little bit of how it's how we work with the plaster. Now I'm just going to add. I think this is so boring, just adding the clay, but it still has to be done. It won't do itself. I'm not sure this is the best way to go about it. There might be a more efficient, a better way to add the clay, but at the moment I don't know. I have tried like different methods of applying it. So far this is the easiest I have come up with. Maybe I will be adding some more. I will be adding some more debris here and there. Yeah. Just roughening up some balsa wood. trying to add that somewhere. I kind of want to make a boat that is stuck here somewhere, but I don't think I have the skills to make a boat from scratch. I'm not even sure where I would start with that. This is going to be so messy with all the plaster and all the gooey shit all over the place. Well, just have to keep on trucking, as they say, I guess. I also want to add a bit more, like just some rock-ish, and I need some rocks here as well. Just gonna smush them flat and make them a little bit more uneven. Maybe that. Make some more uneven rocks. They were bricks to begin with. I'm just tearing them up a little bit. Adding some much loved PVA glue. Putting down some rocks here and there. This clay is a bit dry. I think it will really help if I get a new batch out. Just trying to cut thin slices of the clay, so it's easier to apply instead of having to press it down all over the place, make it even. Thin slices of clay. If there's anyone watching who are not currently following, please consider doing so. I try to make terrain 2 to 3 times a week, and you can see the progress from scratch built terrain to finished product. And maybe I have something that you can actually use, like tips and tricks, but I can't guarantee that because I'm a bit of a novice myself. I'm a beginner in many parts of terrain building. That might be like some people might see that as something to inspire them, because if you just watch the pros do it, it's kind of disheartening because you don't feel like you can ever become at their level. But at this level, anyone can do. Just pick up a brush, get some glue, get some paint, get some use your imagination, and you're on your way to creating something fun. Now these, I need to put some hot glue down here, which does not like the PVA glue for some reason. Maybe some chemicals or stuff, I don't know. Just grab that, maybe have the this is looking like a bit of a mess right now, because it is a bit of a mess right now. Now hopefully it will kind of even out, smooth out, and when we get some paint and some more textures, hopefully it will pop out and look really good. At least that is what I am hoping for and betting on. Now I have an ID. I will add it to this part of the board. I have like this horse skeleton thing, so I can make like maybe a horse fell into the river or whatever. Make a bit of a story and have something interesting to look at in the riverbed. I have no idea how this is turning out. But by the stuff I have already made, it kind of looks like it does harden and cracks and looks like a dried out river, sort of. But I want to add some big flat rocks, and I want to add a boat, at least on one of the sides. I'm thinking this side, the biggest side, to actually add some cover and stuff. I just have no idea where to begin. I have been considering making like a flat barge, because a flat boat I can kind of wrap my head around, but making a curved boat, I'm just not sure if I'm able to do that. I'm just adding some more PVA glue to the areas that I haven't yet. Now underneath the staircase here, there will be like a mooring platform, so it's not that big of a deal if everything looks perfect underneath, because it most likely won't be visible. Okay, let me get the skeleton. Now here we go. I actually have the other piece. I will add that some other place. Now I think I will need a bit of a bigger, thicker piece for that to look more natural. And I will see if I can just press it down into the clay. And here and there are like gaps where I can fill in water. That is at least the plan. Let's see if we can just okay, so I just pressed it down into it. Hopefully it should. Oh, let's not leave anything to chance. Let's just add some PVA glue into the cracks, so it should be nice and firm and secure. I will be adding some clay that kind of wraps over the horse's tail, so it kind of looks a bit more like a part of the riverbed. I will have some clay cover one of his hind legs as well. So it kind of looks like it's seeping into the river. Got the little horse, the poor horse down here. And I want to add just picking up some XPS foam. Gonna make like this big flat rock. I'm just gonna squeeze it and give it some texture with a real rock. That's the joy of the XPS foam. It really takes textures really easy, but it doesn't go back to its original form. So it's kind of, it's the perfect material for making terrain and stuff. It's also very cheap and it's very inexpensive. And now we have at least a different color and some different texture going on back here. Now I can probably add stones on top as well. I kind of want it to look somewhat submerged in like it's a part of the river. If that makes any sense at all. At least that's what I'm trying to do. Sometimes you do a lot of new techniques at once, like I'm doing with this board. So I don't have I have an inkling how it's going to look, but it might not turn out exactly the way I wanted, so we just have to wait and see. Okay, I will get some water and start smoothing things out before I'm adding more stuff. Now you can see as soon as I add water, it's so much easier to smooth out, but your hands and fingers get even dirtier, if that's possible. This is very pleasing. I love to actually just shape and smooth out the clay with my bare fingers. It's a very physical way of working materials. Now I will also add a bit some plants, like the riverbed has started to come to life after being dried out. So hopefully it should all mix together and blend in with what how the rest of the boards look like, which is very overgrown, like nature reclaiming its domain, taking back the city that humanity has stolen from it, that kind of stuff, which I do enjoy quite a bit, like as a theme, both in theory but also like visually. I really enjoy that. I just have a lot of clay on my fingers. I'm just smushing into cracks and evening it out. It will crack back up later. It's just nice to not have like this really gaping obvious gaps all over the place. Okay, I'm just here we go. I just my fingers look like a total mess, so I need to clean them off quickly. I can't touch anything with the hands at the moment. Got the good old paper towels, which I'm going through so many rolls of paper towels doing this hobby. Now I'm cleaning up just a little bit to get things tidy, and I'm just very anxious to see what will happen with the plaster when I remove the board. So I will attempt that now. I have no idea where to put the camera. You will have to look at the big house that is currently standing there. Yeah, so the good news, it didn't go entirely to shit, which is a good sign, but it also kind of, it was so wet that it built up another layer underneath, so I will need to clean that off, and then I think I will just actually glue the XPS foam to the base, so it's decided. I'm not going to do any changes to the board. I feel certain about that. This is how it's going to be, for better or for worse. I'm not quite sure how to remove all this excess plaster. Oh, just cutting it. It did seem to work nicely. It's a bit of a mess. I'm sorry, this is not very entertaining. It just has to be done. Also, this the plaster shavings, it just goes all over the place. That is maybe the thing I like the... Sorry for the noise. This is maybe the part I like the least about working with plaster. It's just such a mess. You can see by the board there is plaster all over the place. I will make an attempt to clean this off, and then I will glue the XPS foam onto this, and I will continue doing some more clay for the riverbed, and then I will finish up the plaster work. Hopefully that should be doable. Let me just get out my spatula thing, and yeah. Now back to the big house. You can enjoy the look of this big house, and I will also add the big bridge, and I will also add the guardhouse. Now you have something pretty to look at while I'm trying to clean the table of all the plastery goodness. Okay. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask them in chat. I will answer them as best I can. I also need to get a vacuum here because the floor is looking like absolute garbage. Now, I'm not quite sure what I want to do for... If I want to PVA glue or just... I think I will use a combination of hot glue and PVA glue. Let's just remove the board for now, the XPS foam, that is, and I will get my PVA glue ready, my wood glue. Just like so. I don't think we need a lot more because it has a hard time drying if it's if there is too much. Just want to just adding some water to the wood glue. You can thin it out with using water, which is very, very nice, in my opinion. I will adding a little bit more, and I will add some dabs of hot glue to make it more like instantly stick. And then hopefully the PVA glue should make it really stick to the other places. Okay, so I'll add some hot glue, and then it's the moment of truth. I won't be shy, I will just be adding a big all over the place. Like so. Hopefully it won't cure before I get all of this on. Sorry, this isn't very exciting, but it's just had to be done. Okay, so now I will just let it cure, and it should be attached nicely, so we can go back to making the board. I also misjudged, and I put like a whole lot of hot glue down here, which was a terrible mistake. When I say terrible, it's just a stupid mistake, inconvenient at worst. And we will, yeah, it won't really matter. I will put the bridge there anyway, so you won't be able to see it. Now I am going to be doing, I think the plaster is what needs to be done the most and first. So let's see if I can get some more work done now. Yes. Now the plaster has hardened enough, so I can actually kind of go to town. Make some of the edges a bit harder. My knife is covered in something, might be glue, might be, who the hell knows, might be anything. Just had to clean that up. Now, if you check out at the bottom, there is a tiny gap here. But we can cover that in some clay and make it the clay and the rocks kind of mixed together there. it doesn't look like much at the moment, but when you get it painted and dry brushed and stuff, it's going to look absolutely awesome. Yeah, I can't show you an example at the moment because the board is facing the wrong way, so we'll just have to take my word for it. Now I will be doing the plaster on this side, and we will try to remember to not make the mix so incredibly thin. So I'm just adding more to begin with. I will just fill it up with. Let's see how this goes. Oh, now I get some. Oh, that was dumb. Adding more. Now, last time it was way too wet. Oh, this is okay. It's a bit too dry. Went too much the other way. Now I have clay on my hands. Or we call it plaster. Plaster on my hands. Went too much one way, went too much the other way. Need just a little bit more. Okay, I think this should be enough. Yeah, I can already see that this mix is much better than the previous one. It's not as runny. It already had some chunky bits in it. I'll put that down there. Maybe it can become a part of the river bottom. I want it to be more at the bottom than at the top, so it's kind of sloping a little bit, at least for this side. I want some on top as well. Just to make I don't want it to be like a straight edge on top. And yeah, this mix has already started to dry, which is what I was expecting from the previous one. I'll just keep on adding a little bit more. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask them in chat. I will be happy to answer to the best of my abilities. Now I'm just trying to kind of create some shapes in the rock. Like making some like kind of shelves in it, and making some, kind of just making rocks by drawing them in the plaster is kind of what you are doing at this step here. This mix might have been just a little bit too dry, and it also had some bits of the previous plaster mix in it. Just trying to empty up the clay cup. Let's see if I can. I am no expert at working with this plaster at all. Quite inexperienced, but the general idea is to shape it while it's drying, and then you can kind of cut into the shapes and make the rocks look like rocks with a sharp knife later on. Plaster is it's not my favorite to work with, but it is very cheap, and it's easy to get. You don't have to buy it from like a specialist hobby shop or anything. You can just buy it from pretty much any hobby, like creative hobby place, and it doesn't have to be expensive either. Just buy the cheapest crap you can find. Now I will need for this to kind of harden a little bit more before I can really start shaping it. Just wanted to smush my flat rock a little bit. I think we could move on to the other side. I just need to get quench my thirst a little bit before we go there. This is looking so messy, but it is progress. Now, when working this way, we have to do it in sections because of the nature of the plaster, or yips. In Norway, we call it yips. That is today's lesson in Norwegian. Let's see if I can just kind of. Oh, it's so ugly with the pink and the the glare. Okay, so that is as close as we can get to a good view of this. I will try my hand once again at mixing the clay properly. I keep saying clay, but I mean plaster. There's still some stuck in the bottom of the cup. I just try to remove it. Now, once again, we will attempt to mix the plaster. Hopefully, I will get it right. So if we go half a cup of plaster, and then I will just add a little bit more and more water. Now let's see how that will turn out. This is way too wet. Okay, so that was too much water. Oh, this is befuddling. I have no idea how to mix this crap today. Now I'm just adding more and more plaster into the mix until I find the correct I think we should be close now. I think I will just add the rest of this. Yeah, it's looking good now. Oh, sorry about that. Need to get the camera out of the way a little bit for this. Just smacking on. Now on this side I have made kind of already cut more into it, so it has more texture to work with as we go. Hopefully that will make it easier to make some nice looking rocks. I made quite a lot of plaster mix this time. just little by little the board is getting more and more done. It's a very satisfying process and progress, even though some of the work is not very inspiring and not all of the materials are materials I like to work with, but I think the results should be very good. Okay, so now it's time to just start shaping, making some kind of like cuts, like separating. You want to kind of make like separate rocks all the way. I kind of forgot to do it on the second part. Now with that, I think I made most of the cuts that I need. Get the camera further down. That is how it's looking from this angle. I will start making some cuts using the hobby, like the X-Acto blade, whatever it's called. I tried to do it without putting my hand in front, but it's hard getting all the angles right. So my apologies. But yeah. I am so excited for doing hobby work now. Just so much fun. Very happy with how it is turning out, and can't wait for it to be done and actually playable. Now I'm getting a lot of work done on board 3 out of 4, so I'm actually getting closer to the end game as well. I can actually see like the finish line. It's not directly ahead, but I can at least see it in the distance. Now I have at least started to do some work here, and I will go back to the previous one. Oh, the boom didn't like that. Let's see. Oh, I already did that part. It is this part that needs a lot of work. So this one has like this big kind of like hole in it, which I like. Just have to make it look like there are actually some rocks here. Yeah, it's not my best stonework, but it will suffice. And we will move back to these rocks once again. I might have to tighten the booms. Now it should be able to keep standing. Yeah. I will get some more stonework done. Just want the angles and the rocks to be kind of not completely sheer, but not at the moment. It looks like it's too much texture. If you do work with plaster, you might notice that it's making a lot of heat when it sets, but that is completely natural. You haven't done anything wrong. You haven't mixed it with materials you shouldn't have. It's just a part of the chemical reaction. It's the same with cement, I believe. Like if you're blending a lot of cement, it gets really freaking hot, which might lead to some troubles in construction, etc. Okay, so now we're almost done with the rocks, the plaster, and I'm so happy because I just want to get done with it. It is not my favorite part at all. Might be my least favorite part. Let me give you something. I'll see if I can at least turn it around. I just need to tidy up the board once again. So have fun looking at some finished buildings. So let's see, we are almost done. Just have to rotate the board a little bit. We've been going for 3 hours now, making steady progress. At least got some clay done, got some plaster work done. Got to finish one of the walls, So making decent progress so far. I'm very happy with it. I'll just get that to the side and I will remove all of it at once later on. And I'm sorry this is looking so ugly, but it is just how it has to look while I'm making it. There are no shortcuts that I have discovered, at least. Believe me, if there were like actual shortcuts that I could take, I would take them. Because I do love a good shortcut. Just tidying up a little bit because there is plaster all over the place. It is a bit of a messy product to work with, but it is, as I've said, very cheap and very effective for what you want it to do. If anyone watching have different methods of making rocks, please tell me. I would be very interested in knowing if there are different ways of doing this. This time I'm going much heavier on the plaster, because when I apply water it kind of just disappears. Where the hell did I put my stir stick? Here we go. That's one of the good things about working with when you do hobby stuff like terrain building. You will never run out of stir sticks. They are a constant in your life. Oh, okay. Now what is going on at the bottom? It's getting kind of clogged up at the bottom. Jesus. It started clogging up at the bottom before I could kind of blend it all together. I still need more plaster mix. Now I think we're really close. Just want to get a good mix. Oh, the cup has cracked. Oh, that is unfortunate. I think this mix should be fine now. Yeah. I can tell you one thing, it might be a bit on the runny side, but I think that should be fine. I'm just adding it more and more on the sides here. You can kind of build it up using more layers. This was a bit. I'll just add a little bit of mix and a tiny splash of water. Mix some more on the go. course, too much water, as always. Just adding some more plaster mix, and it just okay, so I think we are ready to just finish the rest of this. And then I don't have to do plaster work until I make the cliffs. But I can make those not on the board. I can remove the cliffs, which is a blessing. It is much easier to work with when it's not on the board. Now there is not enough to go on the top here. Let me just scrape the bottom of the barrel, so to speak. The bottom of the cup, at least. Get some very dry mix on the top here. It is better than nothing. Now, if you are making like a super realistic thing, you wouldn't have like super flat areas, but it is just nice for the game to have the same height on the levels most of the time. That is just for playability. Because you have to think about playability when making these. I'm just making the first cuts, trying to make some general rock shapes, and then I will go back and shave them out and yeah, make them better and more rock-like. That is the general idea, and it's the kind of the workflow. You mix it up and you do general shapes, and then you do more precise shapes and cuts and evening of the plaster. And sometimes it just really hardens quickly, so you're in the middle of making a line and it just stops up because it has dried while you are cutting. Let's see if we can do some more damage to this. Doing some general shaping with a hobby knife. I'm sure you could spend hours just making like perfect rock formations and stuff. Like really crazy good rocks. I will just tell you straight away, I do not have the time to make crazy, like super realistic rock formations. I just, for my level, this is serviceable. It's very serviceable. It will look pretty awesome when you get some paint on it and you highlight it up. And maybe add some vegetation as well. Maybe some places to. I will actually carve like a hole here that I can put some tufts in. Maybe like a little bit of here as well. That is what I like about making mistakes. You get to cover them up, and it might even be better than what you actually intended to make. Okay, hopefully that should be it. Oh. The shapes are looking decent. Even though I don't like working with plaster, it does produce great results. So maybe I will learn to love plaster in the future, but at the moment it's not my favorite material to work with. It is actually down at the bottom. I will just get everything stowed away, and not stowed away, but I will clean this up. So it's back to the houses for a short while. I'm sorry, I don't mean to send you away. I still love you, but I just need to do this. I'm just cleaning my workspace. I will be right back and build more stuff with you guys. It's just there is plaster all over the goddamn place, and yeah, I want to get it off the workplace, the workbench. Now, I'm very happy that I actually got to do this now, because I have been dreading it for a while, and it's, but having done the plaster, it opens up more stuff for the build that we will get to real soon. I can show you. This is. Oh, it's. Sorry, I will try to show you at least. After I'm done, okay, I can't really get the angle. So sorry. I'm just. I use a brush to just. I will have to pull this towards me. I use a brush to clean the plaster off in between the cracks and stuff, because there is a lot of it, and you don't want it to be in the cracks, because when you prime it and stuff, it will get locked in there, and you will lose some of those great details that the plaster provides. Now, I think this riverbed is actually starting to, at least in my mind, it's starting to take shape. You can, and I'm not sure if you can see it here, but the rocks are looking like rocks. I'm very happy with it so far. Happy with the results, if not the way to get there. I do feel like a bit of an archaeologist when I'm brushing away the dust from the rocks with a tiny brush. Lucre Paint, thank you so much for the follow. I didn't catch it. I'm terribly sorry. I've been very caught up in my hobby stuff, but I very much appreciate it. Just need 13 more to hit my goal of 50. So if you are watching and you feel like this is something you would like to watch in the future, please consider following the channel. I do make a lot of terrain pieces, like terrain builds. Oh, the plaster. Another thing with the plaster is that it does add quite a bit of weight to the build. It is much heavier than any other material that I use. Okay, I will just. You can join me in tidying up. If some is still around, like a little bit of dust, it doesn't really matter. But you want to get most of it out of the way, so it doesn't destroy the effects that you want. See, that. Okay, I'm so happy with how this turned out. It is not perfect, but that really doesn't matter. I don't need it to be perfect. Now there is plaster all over the place, but that is what I expected. I can't really complain. And so, I think the board is ready to go back like this. Let's take a count. Let me get all the pieces out, and we will place them where they should be. So we have the big bridge crossing the now dried out river. like so. We have the stairs leading up. There's supposed to be a wall here. And there is also a wall on this side. There is like you walk up to the city. You can access it there. And over here we have another wall that has been broken by some explosion or something, maybe a spell. And I want to incorporate, like the rubble will make a platform to make it another point of entry. So I think that is what I want to do right now, is make the second entrance to or the third entrance if you consider the bridge as another point. I will remove the bridge, and I think I still want the wall. I need the walls to stay where they are, and we can start adding some clay. My fingers are made of clay at the moment. But now I will add some clay to this part of the board, and I want to make the rubble strewn pieces for that part as well. Just need to tidy up a little bit some of the tools. Just try to pack them away so they are not in the way. I think this is really fun, just building as you go and making up stuff on the fly. Not everything has to be prepared like in advance. In my opinion, it's kind of, some of the charm is making it as you go and see where you end up. I'm just grabbing a quick bite of my a chocolate bar. I need some more energy. When I'm done stuffing my face, we'll get back to building. If you have any questions or comments, feel free to use the chat to ask, or if you have any feedback. I'm very happy to hear it. So now I'm done eating my chocolate bar, and I'm feeling ready to build some. I should have like another 20-30 minutes before I need to go actually get some dinner. So let's see if we can make something awesome in that time. Now for this, I kind of want to just build it up with some trash. I don't want it to be all kind of bricks and stuff. Just want to build it up with by cutting out a piece of XPS foam and just kind of build around that, because it's a lot easier. This knife is getting really dull from all the terrible work I put it through. So this kind of works. Yeah, I'll just maybe put some planks and stuff as well. I will make it not as just cut it and break it. Just like that. I think that is a decent enough point, and I will add some planks going up there like so. Now it's kind of sticking into the plaster. I'm trying to avoid Now I need to measure just how. Yeah. I think I will just glue it down. Let's just go. I will work around this. I want this to be like a section of the wall that has kind of just tumbled down and become a bunch of rubble. I think I will just carve like a I'll just carve like a quick brick pattern into it, just to give it some texture. I will be adding planks and rubbish and all kinds of stuff on top of this as well. So don't worry about that. This is not the end result. I just wanted to add a little bit of texture here, and it is a bit of a lazy way of doing it, but it is also very effective, and I do like effective if possible. This isn't it's not what I usually do, but I will be adding a lot of actual bricks and crap around it. This is just for in case anything shines through all the extra rubbish. And it's nice to have like a backup layer to fall back on. This is the same method that I use for the roads. I just use a pen and I kind of just draw in the XPS foam. It's very easy and highly effective in my opinion. Now this side is all kind of just nasty, but the other side is kind of clean, so just go and cut it up, tear it up, make it kind of look nasty as well. It doesn't look like rocks anymore, it just looks like it has been pulverized. Now I will add bricks, like they are scattered all over the place. I'll just make sure to... Oh, these bricks are too big. They don't match the wall. I want them to match the wall. Here are some bricks that should match the wall. Just need to mush it a little bit. Just trying to give these bricks, they already should have quite a bit of texture from my rigorous shake box, but I also just like to, especially these broken bricks could use a lot of extra texture. Just adding bricks in what I hope is look like random patterns, like they have just been scattered all over the place. And I will add the clay around all of this so it kind of looks like it's been falling into the clay or the riverbed. I want to just add some broken bits of timber sticking out and up. All right. Just adding another piece. I will see if I can just add some. I will just draw this quick brick pattern on it. I will try to cover it up with some actual bricks. I will smush it. I do the same on this side. Now, drawing bricks is not a substitute for actually making bricks, by the way, but it is it is very quick, and it can just it's just another technique in your arsenal, another tool, I guess, and you can add it and use it every now and then if you have the need for some quick bricks. I like for this part where it's just kind of just a part of some rubbish and stuff. Just adding some wooden bits. Well, just down some. Oh, this is too messy. I need to just relax, calm down, stop using the hot glue gun like it was going out of style. I will be covering this in like a lot of sand and some textures and stuff. So these bricks will probably don't even be visible. I just want to give it a little bit of texture underneath. You can see that it's absolutely smashed to pieces. Now I'm just going to add some coffee stir sticks. I will crush this brick. I need one more this size. Just breaking up some coffee stir sticks. Very easy to do. Gives a great result. I'll just. This is so easy, anyone can do it. Absolutely anyone can do it. Thank you so much for the follow while hobbying. I appreciate it a whole bunch. If there's anyone else watching, who are not currently following, please consider doing so. It really helps out. I am getting close to being a Twitch affiliate, which kind of opens up some more interactivity and fun stuff for me to do with the audience while while I build, which makes it more fun for me, and it makes it more fun for the viewers. It is also completely free to do, of course. Now I'm building a small ramp leading up from one to the other. I'm just using hot glue to keep them in place. So now you have this kind of broken part of the wall that's fallen into the river and now kind of acts like a pathway, or like a walkway to get up to the into the city, or like up the walls. I think I will need to make some I think that will make sense. It's so weird. I know it's just a chemical reaction, but having the plaster becoming so hot while it's curing, it's you don't have to touch it to feel it. When I put my hand close to the XPS foam, I can feel the heat coming off the plaster, which is the good old science. The good old science. Let's see if I can. Now I need a longer bit. Also try to clean up while I'm doing my stuff here. Let's just find a coffee stir stick and break it into size. There we go. Now we should have, they don't have to be exactly the same length. You kind of want it to be a bit random, because it's like people picked up what they could find close by and made like a makeshift ramp. I'm just using hot glue and a piece of coffee stir sticks on the back side to make them stick. It's not pretty. It's not an advanced technique, but it's very effective. And I just need it to work at this moment. Now I'm thinking just scattering I want it to be some scattering of bricks here. So tired of the hot glue strings. That's the price you have to pay if you want to use it. And I will add a small cluster of some, like so. And there we have it. Some a pathway from the riverbed onto the wall. I think while we're at it, I will be adding some. I think I will be adding a little bit of rubble in the middle. It looks kind of silly if it's completely unscathed. And I will just add some. This is the joy of working with XPS foam. You can just stick some wooden bits into it here. There's a bunch of bricks sticking in and out the place together with some wood stakes kind of just split out. Now I will add some sand to the rubbish areas. I will also be adding some sand to this bit and in and all around. Yeah, that is looking cool. I like it. I like the look of it. Now we have Mr. Measures. He is out and about. It is kind of hard to stand because of the angle of the. That's fine. They can stand pretty much all over, if not all over the place. So that is fine. Just important to keep checking for playability while you are building. I'm getting so excited for the board. If you couldn't notice, I have about 1 more hour before I have to leave. So I will get a bite of my line, and I will get back to adding some more clay to the ground of the riverbed, which I can try to show you here. It is currently a bit of a mess, but this is dried clay, air dried clay, and it kind of cracks into this nice dried earth looking texture. I'm almost done stuffing my face. Thank you for the patience. I will get right back to creating some more hobby stuff. Oh, it is starting to look like something. Got the walls here. Got the walls made here. Got the rubble. Got some stuff sticking out of the riverbed. I have the big bridge. And I have the guardhouse. Well, this is starting to look like something. I really like getting the plaster up. I will be needing to add a little bit of plaster here, but I'm so worried that I will get mess up the bridge. I might do something else here, just like a quasi plaster, like a something to, yeah, maybe put a plant, like a tree or something there. Thank you, Tinker Parsi. Thank you for the comment, and thank you for watching. I hope you will stick around for the next hour. It's not going to be the most exciting stuff that I have ever done, but it is like slowly but surely it's just building up to become something that is much bigger than the sum of its parts. Because like individually, all these parts, they are not that amazing, but when you combine them, it kind of is, kind of looks cool. Do you play any war games, Tinker Parsi? I don't know how to pronounce your name, so I'm sorry if I'm butchering it. Do you play Mordheim or Warhammer? Any of that good stuff? Now I am opening a brand new pack. Oh, Dungeons and Dragons, yeah, that is a fun game. I haven't played it in 20 years or so, but it is fun, and I always think that I should get back to playing some Dungeons and Dragons again. But I never find a group or the time to do it. Especially now that I'm making terrain, which takes a lot of time. Yeah, it really does take a lot of space to store. And my pieces, they are not like, I'm not able to take them apart and store them like individually. Like everything is glued down. So they do take up a lot of real estate. You can make smaller pieces and dioramas. Yeah, I'm back to the clay. Hopefully this clay is it does seem a lot more fresh than the other one I was using. So it might have gone hard node. Oh Jesus, this is like a completely new experience. Oh, okay. Oh, this feels so good. The other clay was really hard and kind of crumbly. Crumbly is how I would describe it. What edition of Dungeons and Dragons are you playing? And what is even the newest one? I honestly don't know. This is very nice. It's so different from the other clay. So I will make a note: get fresh clay. because it makes a world of difference. It really does. This is, oh, it's so comfortable to just, it has a completely different feeling in your hands. Oh, you started the second edition. That's the same as me. I started back in when it was called Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. That is when I had my start. I don't know what the last edition I played was. I think it was third, or maybe it was Pathfinder. I'm not exactly sure. Oh, this clay is so much better to work with. My God. I wish I had known that before. I'm just getting my bridge to check how far I can actually push the clay. And I will be needing some more wood glue. It is for Mordheim, which is a Warhammer spin-off from the year 2000. It is no longer a supported game, but the fans support it still. It is like a really good and big community of players. So that is why everything is like ruined and stuff, because it's like a post-apocalyptic fantasy setting, like Warhammer. Post-apocalyptic Warhammer is how I would describe it best. You might already know it, of course. I'm just assuming that people don't. It is a setting I'm very much fallen in love with. I really enjoy it. I like post-apocalyptic stuff, and I like Warhammer, so it's kind of a match made in heaven. Okay, with this new clay, the clay process should be much quicker. I'm adding some PVA glue here and there. To make the clay kind of stick better. Oh, it's like night and day. Goodbye, old clay. I will not miss you. This is so much more comfortable. Okay, so that's a pro tip. If you have any air drying clay and you've had it out of the package and it's getting difficult to work with, don't bother, just get some new clay. It's really cheap, and you will save a lot of time. The money you save by not buying new clay, you will lose by just spending too much time working the clay. I'm just working this with my fingers. That is what I have found to be the most effective way of shaping it, because you get the heat from your fingers, and it helps to kind of the heat makes molding the clay a lot easier, is what I'm trying to say. You don't know the setting. It is, I think it's really cool. I do like a bit of like darker fantasy, not necessarily always the high fantasy like Lord of the Rings, even though I am of course a big Lord of the Rings fan from back in the day in my youth. But nowadays I kind of like it to be a bit more brutal and dark and cynical, I guess. And Mordheim is all of those things, but it also has a lot of humor, which I also enjoy. That might be the most lukewarm take in the history of takes. Man enjoys humor. Oh, that's just the unique musings you can only get here on the Mordheim. Now I'm in heaven. This clay, I can't believe how much time I've wasted using the other clay. Now with the clay, I don't mind squishing it up into the rock plaster. We'll just make it will make it set better. Just have to make sure that the bridge is not getting stuck to the clay. Okay, enjoy painting. Thank you for stopping by, and if you want to see more in the future, you can follow the channel. I do streams 2 or 3 times a week. So anyway, enjoy your day, have a great Easter, and best of luck with your painting endeavors. I'm so happy with the new clay. I'm not even mad that I wasted so much time with the poor clay, or the old clay, I should say. I'm adding some more PVA glue to help it set, especially where there is still some plaster dust remaining, because I don't think it will mix very well with the clay, at least not with regards to sticking. Now I will absolutely put a large-ish ship on this side, because it is looking kind of empty, and I want there to be some cover for the miniatures who are advancing. And next time I think I will make probably the mooring for the boats on this side. I'm not sure. I think I will put it like here, around there. This is pretty easy. I'm just kind of blending the riverbed with the rocks of the plaster, which should create a bond to make it stick together nicely. And it also makes the transition from riverbed to rock a bit more seamless. what this clay is going to do, it's going to crack when it dries, so it should make this like natural kind of, because it cracks more or less at random, so it's going to make a lot of natural looking cracks in the riverbed. And I don't know quite how I'm going to paint it, but I think if I go with like a light brown or something like that, it should look natural and realistic, and hopefully it will add a lot to the table. That is what I'm hoping for, at least. And it's also uneven. It has some like nice bumps and ridges, because I'm not trying to make it completely flat, so it's a little bit all over the place with regards to height, and which will make it more realistic looking as well. And like when you're doing fantasy stuff, you don't need everything to be hyper realistic, but humans, we are used to seeing like nature as looking this or that way, so it's kind of nice to emulate that, because it will just look better to human eyes. I'll add some, there was some clay missing on at the end here. Now it is looking rather good, in my opinion. I think it's at least looking promising. If nothing else, it is looking promising. Now I want to add here underneath there is like I have built a grating. I kind of want to put my dead horse carcass in between here. Let me see if it fits. So now alright. Yeah, so if I just leave it there, there will now be a skeleton laying inside of the crate, no, inside the grating, which I think will be a really nice detail if people ever check. Hopefully they will. If not, that's also fine, of course. But it's if no one else notices, at least I will know it's there, and it will make me happy. And making yourself happy, that's okay in my book. That is okay in my book. Now I will be adding some clay to this side of the riverbed. Before I do that, I have some really thin, I'll see if I can make anything that looks like rocks. Oh, that was a bit damaged. Or maybe I will have to go with the thicker one. I think I will add some of this thickness, like so. I don't think I need too many. I think I will add 2 kind of like big rocks. Like so, and I will just mash them with my with my rock. And I will just leave that one for now. I want the rocks in the riverbed to be kind of flat. Like they have been kind of like they have been worn down by all the water that has been flowing across them. Now we have 2 rocks at the riverbed, and it's time to add some more clay. And of course we also need a lot of PVA glue on the board to make it stick. I will be adding a lot more PVA wood glue. I need to keep my eye on the clock as well, because I need to leave in 30 or so minutes, maybe earlier. I should leave earlier. I don't want to be late for dinner. Very disrespectful of the chef, who is also my wife. So. I think we will start out with this. I think I should be able to just this is so much easier to squeeze and flatten and all that kind of good stuff. Oh wow, this is like an entirely new world compared to the old one. Getting it kind of all over the place. If you have just joined, we are currently making the riverbed on my terrain board for Mordheim. It is piece 3 out of a total of 4, and I'm making some really good progress. As you can see, that the bridge which is leading up this way is pretty much more or less done. I have some posters and stuff that I want to add to it later on, but yeah. Oh, I went across. I have drawn up a line here that I kind of have to follow because there's some terrain that is plumping down there later on. This is not very exciting work, being honest, but it is going to look amazing, is what I'm hoping. And I'm starting to get my confidence up regarding my choice of materials. Hopefully this surface won't be super uneven with regards to models actually walking here, but I think it should be fine. Now I will just have to remove the bridge for a small second while I add some clay inside. And yeah, should be looking pretty good. I wanted to I don't want it to make the bridge all uneven and wobbly. That would be very bad, even though it could be alleviated fairly easily, I guess. So it's not the end of the world. There is some more. Some of the room inside of between the arches in the bridge, kind of hard to get to at the moment, but I will just add some plants or whatever. This clay is actually so good to work with when it's not old and dry. Molds super well, sticks really easy. Just a dream to work with. And it makes it a lot quicker to do work when you don't have to struggle with the materials. Now I think I should be able to actually finish the riverbed before I have to leave, which would be very nice. I would love to finish it today, or at least most of the details, most of the stuff, have that done by today. I want to kind of make the rocks be seem like they are like sunk into the clay, like they're a part of the riverbed. Yeah, making good progress. Can't wait to play on this board come September. That is we have like a big tournament in Norway, in Mordheim. Well, the Mordheim part is not that big, but the overall tournament is really big. It's like 300 players or so. And but I'm playing in Mordheim, which is not a big system, but we have at least 20 players. And I want to finish this so that we can all have fun and play on my scratch-built terrain piece or terrain board, which I have spent so many hours creating. So it is, to me, it's very fun to see like the ideas I've had in my mind kind of come to life. I hope you guys watching enjoy it as well. There's some hot glue strings that plague every inch of this table. It's guess it's my own fault because I use hot glue so much, but it's still very annoying. Dumping the rest of my wood glue, PVA glue, white glue, whatever you like to call it, slathering it all over the place. And here we go. Oh, my fingers are, Jesus, they are very dark from all the clay. I'm just adding a bit more rubbish into some wood and another piece of wood, just to kind of break it up and have something else to look at in the water on the riverbed. Just some small details to catch the eye. If I'm being honest, it is looking like complete crap at the moment. It's just a big bunch of black goop and white glue all over the place. But that is kind of the magic with making terrain. It is. It always starts as something completely shitty looking, and then like step by step it ends up looking amazing, and it's so satisfying to see, especially when you're making it yourself. Oh, that wood part did not want to stick around. I'll just kind of cover it in a bit of clay, make it seem like it's stuck in there good. If people have any comments or advice or questions or whatever, please feel free to ask or comment in the comment section, the chat. I'm very happy to answer any and all questions you have regarding building or like Mordheim, hobby stuff. Yeah, pretty much anything. If you like, you can follow me on Instagram. It's Mordheim, same as the Twitch channel, same name, same kind of content, but I usually take some better photos to show off what I actually make, so you can see more like finished stuff as well on the Instagram page. Here it's mostly stuff I'm currently working on. I want to be adding some water details, like resin water details eventually. Excited for how that is going to turn out and look even. And the riverbed is going to look rather flat, so I will be adding some bushes and stuff, like just some basic vegetation. I think it should really improve the look of the entire board and especially the riverbed. Having some vegetation here and there really just makes everything pop a little bit more. If you're currently watching and you find this kind of stuff interesting, please consider following. It really helps out a lot. Trying to reach my stretch goal of 50 followers, so I can actually become an affiliate and make the show more fun for me and those who are watching, because I can make it a bit more interactive, I think. I will also be working on making the show more interactive in general. It's kind of hard when I can't really use the computer with these fingers. They are absolutely a complete mess at the moment. Starting to feel it in the back now. Been doing hobby stuff for almost 5 hours now, so it's even though I'm super pumped and it's so much fun making stuff at the moment, I will need a break real soon. Oh yes, I can't believe I got so much done today. I should do these long ass streams more often. energy is kind of falling. my stamina is running out. And so are my words. I've been talking non-stop for 5 hours. Sometimes it feels like I'm just talking to myself, but every now and then someone speaks up in chat, which is a comfort. So it's that is not completely and utterly alone doing my hobby stuff, but I don't really mind because I very much enjoy doing the hobby stuff. All I need to do is point the camera at it and talk. Hi Danny dude, thank you so much. It's gotten a lot of stuff done. The riverbed is all black now, so just like my fingers, they are a complete mess from doing all this stuff. Now I have some last stuff I need to put clay on, which is actually this house, because I want to put the clay to make it look like plaster, which looks really super good. If I can get that done as well before I leave, I will be super happy. Oh, it is so easy to work with, the new clay. Thank you, clay. You are the best. I really enjoy you, the new clay. Just adding oh, that was a bit too much. Now this clay, it dries in air and it is not super high quality, so it will crack. I say this a lot of times during the stream, but that is just what you want when you are making kind of like destroyed medieval terrain kind of things. So just like the riverbed, the clay will make some small cracks on its own, and it will look like natural dilapidated buildings. It is easy to work with this clay now. It used to be a proper nightmare with the old clay, but just pushing it around here and there. Oh, might be too much. Let's see. Yeah, it is too much. You really need to smooth it out. If it isn't smoothed out, it will look less than ideal. I have done that before. I did it on my last build and it looked kind of like garbage, so I had to cover it up, which is not a big problem, but it is nice having the choice to not having to cover it up. Okay, I think I will just have to call it there. Time is running out. I am super happy with what I have done today. Got so much stuff done. Riverbed pretty much on point. Got all the rocks, all the plaster done. Finished 2 of the walls, finished the rubble. Yeah, super happy. Thank you so much everyone who joined. It's been a real pleasure having you here and chatting with you. I will catch you in the next one. Bye bye.